smoke just settled down when you appeared. Your face, it made my vision crystal clear. If I'm missing my destination, well, that's alright with me, 'cause now there's somewhere else I gotta be. Well, even if I met you in another life, still feel like I would end up with you. You got this kind of energy that makes me smile. I just wanna settle down with you. My marigold, your marigold, and my marigold, your marigold, and your style is classic in a modern way. Never dance with you, I dance the night away. If we keep our good intentions and sell what we don't need, then life will bring us more than we can keep. Well, even if I met you in another life, still feel like I would end up with you. You got this kind of energy that makes me smile. I just wanna settle down with you. My marigold, your marigold, and my marigold, your marigold, and If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain. Wake up by my side. Don't care what your friends think. Oh, you just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old script. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it. But I gotta know, if I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same, your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away, come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs, got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. Oh yeah, flyer than your ex like oh my god. Ride into your legs like oh my god. And let's go on a date like oh my god. I'm back from LA like oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah. Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you're still a scrub. But I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down or be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The
wrap up in my feelings. Here I go again. We just keep on repeating. Here we go again. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself.
Yeah, hello again. Welcome back to our Rödl and Partner live stream stage. I have today the great pleasure and honor to talking to Mr. Gunter Pauli. Mr. Pauli, he's an entrepreneur, author, and visionary, often called the Steve Jobs of sustainability. Gunter founded the Zero Emissions Research and Initiatives and is best known for his book, The Blue Economy. With background that bridges science, business, and storytelling, he has published over 20 books and hundreds of fables that bring sustainability to life for all generations. A true pioneer, Gunter continues to inspire innovation that creates real, lasting impact. Is that a fair summary?
Oh, I think it's exaggerated as usual, but I think it's always better to keep it short.
Okay, good. Yeah, as this interview, so we have 20 minutes. I'm very excited to hear your ideas, your visions. Maybe let's start really with the beginning. So how your journey into sustainability actually started and how on the way you earned such brands as the Che Guevara of sustainability or the Steve Jobs of sustainability, as we just heard.
So I was a student at university. And I am not part of the hippies of the 60s. I am part of the 70s. So the hippies were already 10 years behind us. And I was one of the first student leaders in Europe. I was elected as a student leader in my country, Belgium. And I said the future is not going to be against the way society is set up. The future is going to be us creating the companies that are so performing in the novel business model that it will be possible for us to turn the degradation that we already saw happening around. So my vision was I will not prostitute myself as a student leader talks. I will not prostitute myself by working for McKinsey and for Unilever and for Procter & Gamble. I will create my own company and I will show them, hell, there is a new generation coming. So that was our philosophy. And fortunately, I learned to know the president of the Club of Rome.
No.
The Club of Rome had published its report, Limits to Growth, ?
Yep.
And the dialogue with the Club of Rome allowed me to really understand that there were a lot of people with an amazing vision that was broader, richer, more scientifically based than the emotions that I had of not wanting to squander a generation of young people at McKinsey or a multinational like Unilever.
Understood. So, as we
Do
heard,
you work for Unilever or McKinsey?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I won't for this wonderful company which you see in the background. But we have also very much in sustainability, environment is a big topic also for us. So, but you have written, as we heard, 20 books, more than 350 children's stories as well. How do you think that using such methods of sharing your ideas makes a different impact than, let's say, like more traditional channels of communication as we are used to from the business world?
You have to consider a book like a baby. A book is your baby. It's your mind. It's you. It's what you think, what you say, what you stand for, what you see into the future. And it's very important that you share that vision. In one of the first books I've written was called Double-Digit Growth. And it was written when Europe was facing the biggest economic crisis after the Second World War. It was called the Second Oil Crisis in the 80s. And I wrote a book demonstrating that even when everything is falling apart around you, why don't you focus on these tremendous growth opportunities that are so obvious around you? And they may be simple at first sight, but they're great in the future. One of these companies was Swift. You know, the interbank system of transferring money. Well, that company was based in Belgium. No Belgian knew that it existed. But no one knew how it was transforming the banking business and how digitization, even before the internet, had made its inroads with a lot of concerns about security. And therefore, I said, when you have the banking with the SWIFT-like of new forms of telecommunication and confirmation of sending and receipt of money, that you link with security. I announced that security business was going to be a 100 billion business in 10 years' time. And people said, oh, those security guards at the airport that check your luggage. No, that's not what it's about. And so what we need to do is that I have, thanks to our research and our network, access to a lot of data, a lot of information. I know a lot of entrepreneurs, but at the same time, I have the opportunity to see the projects on the ground. And when a company like Group 4 Securitas was demonstrating how they were taking over prisons in England, managed electronically, whereas the government was still having a bundle of keys to open and close the doors, one could really expect the revolution in the making. And that you must put in writing. It's not a tweet that will do it. It is not a social media message that will do it. It is not a LinkedIn publication. You need to give people the chance to go into it. And of course, now that I have more than 30 books written, I have an audience that says, oh, the next book of Gunter, I definitely must have it. The second really marvel about books is that once you've had a few books that go well, you will have many translations. Yeah. The Blue Economy is in 61 languages. If it hadn't been in 61 languages, today there would not be 23 ministers of the Blue Economy in governments around the world. So books are important. First, to catch their attention. Two, to create a following. Third, to be able to do policy advice. And fourth, what's the most important, inspire young people to say, hell with what they're telling me on the social media and hell what they're telling me here and there. I'm going to follow this vision.
But are books still, let's say, a appropriate method in our times where everybody say like the attention span is reduced further, so people only take, or people are only looking at things that don't last longer than 5 minutes. Is it still appropriate, or is that something which is a little bit outdated?
Well, those who make these analyses are outdated. Because my reality is that I write books that people will pick up and they will read to finish.
Okay.
That's writing style. That's the first thing. But second, the writing style must have a technique. And the technique, I call it the pedagogy of surprise. That means every page, oh, I didn't know. Oh, what's this all about? I have never heard about this. You know, basically I do TikTok on paper.
Okay.
So I have the capacity to put things in writing and people turn pages and it's like them clicking TikTok. You know,
or swiping.
Or swiping. So what is happening is that I write these fables, as you mentioned.
Yep.
And the Chinese government has published all my fables and is distributed in all schools in China. And when I go to China, in the beginning they said, Professor Pauli, please, the kids, 40 minutes, not more. Their attention span, 40 minutes is the maximum. With me, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Why 2 hours and 40 minutes? Well, because they gotta go to the toilet. They would stay with me longer. And so, what is the reason? Is that because the way you present has to be TikTok style. but you don't cut everything up. You secure that you start building a brain wave, an interconnectedness. So all of a sudden the children start realizing that when he's talking about a whale, it's talking about food, it's talking about electricity, it's talking about pumping, it's talking about so many things that no one ever connected. But the way it is presented is, as they say in French, un enchaînement. It's a chain that is being connected from one to the other. And the brain loves that. Yeah. The brain, the neurons are hungry for that. They want to see connections. It's the web of life. It's the web that is creating connection. And connections means that you have pressure points. And those pressure points you have to put acupuncture in there. And that's my writing style.
I understand. So it's the authors to blame if children don't read books anymore and not the children.
Absolutely, absolutely. And unfortunately for adults, if there is no sex, violence, people don't read it anymore because most of the authors are too boring. I am privileged as an author of non-fiction because everything I write is non-fiction, even the children's stories. And as non-fiction, you have a limited audience. The book, The Blue Economy, in 8.6 million copies, for an economics book, is quite unique. But it's because I've learned, thanks to the children books, how to better write.
So you mentioned the book, The Blue Economy. I mean, this book focuses on innovative business models that create resilience and strengthen the commons. So can you share a concrete example of that?
Well, the favorite example is that you have a cup of coffee. The cup of coffee, you basically have beans, you grind, you pour hot water over it, and then you have the waste of the coffee and your cup of coffee. In your cup of coffee, you only have 0.2% of the beans. 99.8% is wasted. That is an ideal product because it is a fiber, semi-carbonated, that has been sterilized by hot water. So it's a great mushroom substrate. So I can grow mushrooms. We have 6,000 companies doing that. 6,000. It's quite a bit.
It's quite a significant amount, yeah.
And 6,000. But when you have now farmed the mushrooms on the coffee, then you harvest your mushrooms, and then the leftover is rich in amino acids. And now you can feed your chickens. If you have no chickens, give it to your dog. Of course, you need to teach the dog how to eat it, because at first he will say, it smells like coffee, not for me. But when you have a little dog and you train the dog when it's small. So here I have coffee, mushrooms, chickens, and eggs. And all of a sudden I have a complete breakfast. With what? With a magic hat? No, it is just the blue economy way of thinking. Or, as when I was in Repina, you have never been there, that's in Estonia, close to the border with, I have to explain to the German. I have to explain to the German where it is because he has no idea. So you go to the border of Letland and a little closer to Russia, and there you have Repina, and there they have this wonderful collection of wool from sheep. But since the wool has too much, shit from the sheep, it's difficult to wash, it uses too much water, it's too much pollution, you don't get the permits, and so they need to process it. So you have something that is there. It's not given value. The blue economy always focuses on how can I give value. Where is my hat? Ave, do we have the hat here? So I told him, if you have no money made from this and you have to really throw it away, let me suggest you make it into a hat. And so yesterday, upon arrival, I was delivered the first woolen hat made from Estonian sheep wool. This is what we need.
Yeah.
And what we need is what I love about the reaction from the team in Rapere, that they immediately turn it into a business model. I was there in August, and now we're in October, and there is the hat. And there's only 200 tons of wool That means we can only do a couple thousand hats the first year. So let's get going. Let's do the business. This is the spirit that we've lost. Unfortunately, we have all these young boys and girls going to do an MBA. And they think they must first write the business plan. They think they must have Excel spreadsheets and they have to predict the profits for the next 5 years. You don't need to do that. I have never done it. I have started 200 companies in my life. I never wrote a business plan. Never. You only write a business plan when you have to issue your first invoice.
I will remember that very, very well. By the way, I'm living actually on the border between Latvia and Estonia, and I also had some sheep. But unfortunately, there in the forest, there are also some wolves, so I don't have sheep anymore. But maybe next time I'm more lucky, and then I will remember your head.
But do you know the importance of the wolf?
I understand that I added actually to nature by giving them some sheep to feed on.
Okay, well, it's another discussion. But we have many more questions to go through, so let me know.
Sure. So many businesses still consider sustainability more a cost than an opportunity. What do you make, besides writing books and stories, to flip their mindset?
Concrete examples. When I'm sitting down with entrepreneurs, whatever business they are, I give them concrete examples of the businesses that we have started. It's the only way to talk.
Yeah.
Don't talk
Numbers.
down on anyone. No, just facts. I outcompeted Unilever and Procter & Gamble and Henkel with a company that was the first zero emissions in the world. We were zero emissions, and we were able to outcompete on price and performance. That talks. And we became the biggest brand. We still are the biggest brand in the ecology in the world. It's called Ecovert. And so when we went against Procter & Gamble, we exploited the fact that they only have a few factories in Europe and they can't adjust to the market. They're forcing detergents to be used where more than 30-40% of the ingredients are not needed. But since they have standardized for Europe, they have to standardize for the worst quality of water in Europe. So if you're in Amsterdam and you regulate the hardness of your water, you don't need 40% of the chemicals in there. And so we made chemicals, detergents with natural ingredients that are operating according to the water hardness. And that allows us to reduce material cost by 40%. That means we have a 40% less pollution on the other side. Everyone loves you. More competitive and better for the environment. And this is where we need to go to. The problem is that at MBAs, they don't teach you how to think like that. It's all about business, profit, market share, market share, and then all of a sudden, and we have to do a little paint of green. That can never be competitive. You need to design it from the ground up. And the biggest obstacle we have in business is this obsession with core business. We only want to dance with one movement. Imagine tango with one movement. Doesn't work. You need to make many complex movements. Business needs to be able to exploit many things. I give you an example. We started the business concept of paper made from rocks. The paper is made from the ground rocks from the mining industry. The biggest problem with the mining industry is the dust they create and the enormous amount of water they're using to temper the dust. We take the dust, we fix the dust, and we use it to extrude paper. No flotation. We have 5 factories. We do 1 million tons today. 1 million tons. We're not a little proof of concept, not a little thing there. In Europe, they don't want to know about it. Why? Because, of course, they have to protect their forestry industry. And because Europe is always subjected to these interest groups that have the chance to have a major influence on the decision-making in Brussels. Therefore, I need to go elsewhere. But I'm operating globally. So we know that within the next 25 years, the paper industry in the world, except Europe and America, will go to stone paper. We will create this alliance between the mining industry and the paper industry. And that will make it possible to take all the air pollution out of the mines. Wow, what an add-on. We eliminate all the mining sludge that is creating breaks in dams like it was in Brazil with Vale. And we are allowing now paper not to need to cut trees anymore, not to use water anymore, to be recyclable forever. Recyclable forever. No water, no tree cutting. That's the business model. Now, why is it being blocked? Because the paper industry in Sweden and Finland, particularly the Finns, of course, they're the big guys now in the paper industry, they think you need cellulose because their business is cellulose. And since they have vertically integrated, they don't want to change. Okay. So we will outcompete them, and they'll be gone in 25 years, just like Nokia is gone. And you know, that's the way we have to operate. We have to have such strong competitive business models. And my partners are Chinese.
So you definitely have convinced me by this. So unfortunately, we already run out of time. Maybe one last statement.
Ask the organizers to have another 10 minutes.
If we are looking into your crystal ball, what do you think, what is the trend or development which excites you the most at the moment?
I'm very focused on one particular issue, is the oceans. Life in water is 91% of the living space on Earth. Life in air is 9%. We have not understood that yet very well. So, in the air, we have 5G, we have satellite connectivity, we have GPS, and all that what you know. In the water, we have nothing. Zero communications. You go on the water, we have no GPS. That's why when they cut the cable underneath, we have no idea how to fix it. We need to pull all the cable back up. Wow, this is crazy. But we have never taken care of communications in the water because the communications we know don't work in the water. So my focus today is the Blue Ocean Strategy for communications in the water.
Thank you very much for sharing your very valuable insights. Deeply impressive. And thank you again for being with us.
And thank you.
Hello. Welcome back to our Rödel and Partner live stage. We have our next guest, and now our next guest is leading one of the most visible sustainability transitions in Estonia: how and where we charge our cars. So with me is Aleksandr Lilišentsev, head of e-mobility in Ignitis. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
So before we dive into the infrastructure and future, I would like to ask you your personal questions. Why you are doing this?
You know, it's a good question. I think somehow, like historically in my career, I was always connected with logistics and how people moved. So I worked in maritime logistics and retail logistics. Then I joined actually Bolt, working with micromobility, so shaping how in Estonia people move using like different types of transport. Mm-hmm. So to switch the attention from like this more not environmentally friendly type of transports towards like full combination of like public transport, regular traffic. And lately I joined 2 years ago Ignitis. So now I like to joke that changed from 2-wheel electric vehicles to 4 now. So working on this infrastructure part, building the chargers. So in Ignitis we actually had installed our first chargers this year. Now we have in Estonia 130 already charging points, and we're not stopping there. We're planning to become the biggest charging point operator in the Baltics.
Wow, these are great ambitions you have. So one more personal question. What like drives you to do this? Like, is it like utter belief that all of us one day will drive fully electric vehicles, or is it something else? Like we are here at the sustainability conference. What is your personal drive?
You know, I think it's everything is connected. So it's not about cars. It's about how people move, how we live our like daily. So what choices we can make every day to make the place around us a more healthier, more friendly, and still like enjoy all the perks while maintaining, let's say, good environment for your wallet as well.
Okay. Do you drive an EV car?
Currently, I don't drive car at all.
Wow.
I use a working car EV and trying to use like public transport and different like ride-sharing options. So, yeah.
Okay, great. So let's dive in. So you're working on Estonian market, and probably your daily basis is like breaking down myths and barriers. What is today the biggest mental barrier or myth that exists in Estonian market?
You know, I think it's a complex question. Basically, there are 3 main myths which we are facing daily, speaking with our customers, with potential customers and partners. And those are that EVs still don't have enough range to cover our needs, that charging is actually a burden, so you need to really invest your time into this from the activities you would like to do, and also the price component. So people still believe that owning an EV is more expensive than, let's say, old-time diesel or something.
Okay, but is it so? Is it more? What is the biggest aspect here? Is it like technical, or is it still in the human brains?
I would say still in the human brains. So all those myths are based on, let's say, 10 or even 15 years old data. Actually, the technology has evolved a lot. I like to think about this like with any innovation, the S-shaped adoption curve. So I would say we are at the beginning of the major adoption of the EVs in the context of Baltics. So if 10 years ago the range of the cars has been doubling almost each year, each year there was some kind of news that new battery, new technology. So once you buy an EV, next year, you already like left behind. Now we're seeing that this initial improvement year by year on the technology is slowing down. So basically now there are like just like slight improvements. So this is exactly the good time. So it's like, with the smartphones. So when they started, each year anything new came. Now we're talking about like 5% increase on the camera or something like this. Same with the EVs. So now is actually the time to do it.
Okay, but you are developing charging network. Do you think that maybe the car producers should be the ones breaking those barriers about their cars, about driving range, or do you think they're doing enough? Or like, why do you need to put so much effort into this topic?
I think it's all connected. So it's just everyone is doing something in the scope of this whole ecosystem. So let's say if people buy more cars, we can build more infrastructure and vice versa. So it's like this chicken and egg question. And let's say in Estonia, for example, now there is like 6 or 7 EVs per one charging point. So comparing with like Central Europe, it's actually like 20 times better for now. But again, we're talking only about slightly less than 2% EVs being in Estonia. So these numbers still need to pick up. And we truly believe in this exponential growth. But of course, there are some additional, let's say, boosters we can do, mostly from like governmental side. So we still need to maintain like subsidies. We need to educate actually from the governmental level as well. We need to help like create different calculators. For example, in Ignitis, we're now working on actually kind of unique because we have not found this in Europe at all. The calculator where you could put your, let's say, daily habits, and it will simulate for you total cost of ownership over, let's say, 5-10 years, where you will actually compare it with your current internal combustion engine vehicle, and the numbers which we already checked and tested are saying that it's already cheaper. And only in this year it will become only better because I think in 2-3 years car manufacturers will reach to the point where even the initial cost of the vehicle will be similar to like as previously with the internal combustion engines.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's zoom out for a second from Estonia and the Baltics. So if you take the whole, let's take European countries. How do you see in Estonia or the Baltic states, like, are we in like this, we like to call Estonia, no, we are innovative and we are ahead of technically of many other European countries. In this area, are we the leading or we still have to learn a lot from some other European country?
Well, it depends. There are different types of approaches. So in some we're leading, in some we're not. We have the perks of being like let's say smaller market, so we are more flexible on some things. Through the regulation part, we're more flexible. We have less bureaucracy overall. But of course, small market means as well like a smaller economy, basically. So unfortunately, Baltics is more like a second-hand market for the vehicles. So we are still, like, say, importing a lot of used EVs from like Germany, Norway. But overall, I think from the decisions we make from different companies, we're very innovative. So, for example, in Ignitis, we're focusing very much on the customer experience. So the app we create is very important. We want to focus and deliver not only like the electricity to your car, but we want to create the whole journey with like ecosystem, with like loyalty, with like all different stuff.
Okay, so if we take Ignitis charging, let's say I would become Ignitis client, I start to drive from Tallinn. Can I leave the Baltic states as well as your?
Currently, we have chargers only in the Baltics, but traveling through the Baltics, it can be done with one app. You can use your RFID card. we're working also on the solutions where you don't need anything at all. So you only register once, and then your car is the key, which is connected with your wallet, so everything is secure. And basically, yeah, like so you only need to register once, and then you can travel through all the Baltics.
Yeah, that's great. Do you have, if you take out like, it's wishful thinking, if you take really like a long-term view, what do you see where we are in 5 years, 10 years? Because, you know, the statistics are saying, you know, like we mentioned before, that network is developing faster than people are buying cars. Like this wishful thinking for 5 years.
Yeah. So I think the main driver now and what we see is companies adopting to purchasing the EVs as working cars. Also, the fleets are the main enablers for the markets, because this is where like initial EVs, let's say the majority reach to the country, and then after let's say 2-3 years of lease, they are resold to like a private customers. So this will create this environment where even more cheaper kind of EVs could reach to like end users. But of course, the B2B fleets having their own like struggles. For example, well, building the infrastructure is very expensive. So you need to think about grid connection, about the chargers, which are very powerful, which cost a lot. We're talking about millions of euros. And this is where I think the companies like logistics, retail companies, they need to combine and partner with CPOs to kind of create this solution.
You mentioned to build up the network, it's very expensive, chargers expensive, but you're still doing it, you're still leading this change, you want to be innovative, you're like pursuing it. We had a guest here on our stage, and somebody mentioned that companies are pushing their innovation and they want to be fast, but sometimes not sometimes, but pretty often, the people who made regulations, they are not fast enough. How do you feel in your area? How does this, for example, in Estonia, do you feel that you can be innovative and fast enough? How this landscape for you, from your perspective, looks like?
So still, charging goes hand to hand with the EVs. So again, actually answering our first question, so why we as an infrastructure operator still trying to educate the people not only about how charging works, but also how the EVs works, why they are there at all. So it's all like kind of interconnected still. And I would say the current pace and why the Baltics have more chargers is a right decision. And this is what kind of in our blood in the Baltics overall, to be like innovative. You know, we're like this small guy who is trying hard. He don't have all the resources as the big countries, but still doing right decisions, very custom tailored. And this is our power.
Okay. Let's talk about more those thoughts in people's brains. What is what do you tell to the end customer? Like, what is the number one perk what you would tell? Like, let's say, like, to persuade why you need to move to this EV vehicle?
So I would say for the majority, it's still very pragmatic answer. So it's better for your wallet. Yes, initially you will pay, currently I think it was like 20% more for the EV, for like, let's say, similar segment of the cars. But after the purchase, anything else will be cheaper. So comparable if you even don't have a possibility to own a home charger and you're charging only on the open network in like ultra fast network, like starting from 150 kilowatts and more, even this way you will way cheaper than cheapest diesel we have in our countries. Another thing is the maintenance, which no one usually think about until you will receive an invoice for like a couple €1,000 to repair your internal combustion engine, basically. In the EV world, it's not how it's happened. So the maintenance are times cheaper. And if you compare all those different costs into one, you will understand in the term of like 5 years, you will actually save around like 20-25%.
Okay, so saving money, having more, this is like something that you can persuade people to make this change. Okay, we have time to wrap up, to close down. So let's talk about like, do you also have, let's say, okay, you work every day and you do this and you have ambitions, but do you also have crazy ideas? Like in your head, like how you vision the future, like tell something about like really crazy that, because we talk when we talk about EV charging, we talk about those not generic, but people talk about it a lot, but something like crazy, because you're a visionary, you are driving this and you have this personal drive. Do you have something crazy in your head?
Yeah, I think also actually one of the potential perk of EVs and having the majority of the EVs in the country is this is the main enabler to actually have a cheaper price for your electricity at your home. How? Using the V2G technology. So your car is actually a battery on the wheels, which can be utilized not only to intake the electricity, but also to give out. So basically, if all the households will have an EV, it means that we will need way less investments towards our grid. Now, all the countries in the Baltics are focusing on renewable energy. So again, we at Ignitis have a huge production of like onshore and offshore wind turbines. So in 10-15 years, we will have enough capacity to use only green electricity in the whole Baltics. And to keep it even more optimized, we could utilize this battery energy storage as a car to optimize those and balance the grid overall. So this is how this whole ecosystem, so this is not anymore about the car, it's about the ecosystem in which we live.
Okay, do you believe that this is our reality?
So I think it's still in a very general view for now, so not sure yet how it will work in practice, but the technology is already there, so it's just a matter of time when it will be finalized in some form of tangible form.
Yeah, but I think the world is ready and open for crazy ideas. I mean, who would have thought 15, 20 years ago that your car will sing for you and have a light show when you're going for camping, and today, this is reality.
It's even the basics that the car can be silent,
yeah,
that
exactly.
You can like actually, enjoy, actually for majority, it's the only place where they can sit in silence.
Exactly. So, thank you so much for coming here, talking about this like visible and really like actual thing we can see that transforms our lives and our future. And I wish you all the strength and optimism to continue this. And I'm sure that in the future, everyone here and our listeners will drive an EV car and charge in one of our stations. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
smoke. Just settled down when you appeared. Your face, it made my vision crystal clear. If I'm missing my destination, well, that's alright with me. 'Cause now there's somewhere else I gotta be. Well, even if I met you in another life, still feel like I would end up with you. You got this kind of energy that makes me smile. I just wanna settle down with you. My marigold, your marigold, and my marigold, your marigold, and your style is classic in a modern way. Never dance with you, I dance the night away. If we keep our good intentions and sell what we don't need, then life will bring us more than we can keep. Well, even if I met you in another life, still feel like I would end up with you. You got this kind of energy that makes me smile. I just wanna settle down with you. My marigold, your marigold, and my marigold, your marigold, and
Hello, everyone. So today we're joined by Raul Vahtra, who recently had a presentation on the sustainability stage, which was called "How to Lose 10 Years of Work in 1 Minute." And he is the head of anti-financial crime division and member of the management board at Swedbank Estonia. He leads efforts to protect customers and institutions from fraud, money laundering, and related financial crime. In this talk, Raul will share how even one compliance failure or fraud incident can reverse all the years of work you have put into that, and how organizations can build systems and cultures that make those reversals far less likely. How are you feeling now after your presentation?
Absolutely fantastic. So thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Thank you for coming. So, Raul, your talk title is a little bit arresting. So, how to lose 10 years of work in 1 minute. What kinds of events or failures do you see that can undo decades of effort put into decades of effort in financial crime prevention?
So, first of all, I think that every person who's building up the company has a goal to be sustainable in the long run and to make sure that this company will last, it will grow, etc. But there are many threats out there. So some of them I talked about earlier on the stage. For example, if the company at some point decides that perhaps they will not be so honest in their reporting and outcome, start greenwashing, so reputation is everything.
Yeah.
Of course. So if you ruin your reputation, then everything is gone basically. So you lose your investors, you lose your customers, so you lose the public trust, etc. But there are other threats as well out there, like you mentioned, the fraud, the cyber threats. So there are criminals out there targeting people and companies constantly, all the time. And this is something to keep in mind when doing business.
Agreed. And do you see this trend of financial crime becoming more important, or it's lessening in the recent years?
Crime changes in time, so I've been fighting crime for 30 years now. I started from the release, I was the homicide investigator. And investigating the murders related to organized criminal groups in the beginning of my career. So I can say you that the beginning, let's say the 90s in general, it was absolutely totally different type of crimes. There were a lot of violent crimes, a lot of thefts, robbery. So it was different kind of environment out there than currently.
Yeah.
Now the focus has shifted more towards cybercrime, fraud. So in Estonia, for example, I think we are very little violent crimes nowadays. So I was looking at the criminal statistics of different countries, and there is actually the index of security of the countries, how secure as a citizen you can feel yourself in certain countries. You know where Estonia is?
It's probably one of the most secure ones, no?
You're absolutely right. We are actually one of the most secure countries in the world. From 200 countries, we are somewhere between 11 and 16.
Oh, wow.
So, but then there are those other threats I was talking about. Cybercrime, fraud. So yes, in Estonia you can send your child in the morning to school by themselves, no issue. You don't need to be afraid anything on the streets. But when you take this thing out or go to your computer, then there are different threats for you out there. So I think this is what has changed over the years.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And I really liked during your presentation, you mentioned that there's this new EU regulation which requires banks to process payments in maximum 10 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah. And in this kind of context, how do you balance the customer experience part with preventing financial crime?
This is the key question. This is the key question in everyday work. So, and we think about it a lot, basically every day, all the time. So as you know, there are the scales. The comfort for the customer to use the services and security. And they are on the different scales. You increase the security, the comfort will decrease. You increase the comfort, security will decrease. So it's always about finding the balance point. And now, yes, like you said, this European instant payment regulation requires banks to have the payments made inside the Eurozone within 10 seconds. But then, within those 10 seconds, you need to make sure that the payment is not fraudulent. You need to protect the customer. You need to make sure that this payment is not related to some sanctions, for example, that it's not violating sanctions. It's not related to other type of financial crime. And so there's always this question. And now, while this fraud is increasing, so sometimes we have the feeling that, okay, but the press or somebody is asking, why don't you use more secure measures for the customers? Yeah, we could do that.
It's really easy. I can almost bring the all fraud into near to zero in our bank. But then it means that everybody need to come to the branch office physically for making payments, for receiving products. So this is always, this jack of trades a little bit.
Exactly.
But like I said, we are working hard to find this good balance point.
That's good, yeah. And in today's world, the fraudulent methods evolve quite quickly. We have deepfakes, synthetic identities, and so on. And how does Swedbank stay ahead in that to prevent financial crime?
It's a good question. I don't know if anybody can stay ahead of the criminals. I think factually we're all running back behind them. So basically, in the Swedbank, we can see that, for example, one day we are actually monitoring the payment history and patterns of our customers. And for example, if you can see that something goes out of the pattern for a certain customer, then we have some alerts popping up, and we look into this and whether this customer has potentially be the victim of the fraud. And but what we can see that if you discover a new pattern that fraudsters use, and we immediately apply the countermeasure. After 2 hours, they understand it. Okay, the bank now probably figured it out, so let's try another try. So they sometimes change the modi operandi, how do they commit the fraud 3 times per day.
Wow.
And we react 3 times per day. So it's always constant fight between them and us.
Yeah.
They figure something out, we counter-figure something out.
I remember precisely the same point that my university professor mentioned, that kind of the law is slightly behind always, but catching up to that. Yeah.
It's been catching up since beginning of the mankind, probably, when the first law was, put into the stone. And I think it was the Hammurabi Code or how it was called, but it's always been lagging behind. So, especially in the financial crime area.
And in this context, how do you see AI, so artificial intelligence? Is it more of an asset to you, or it's like the enemy?
Again, I think we are in the similar situation here as I described it before. So criminals, and especially nowadays when the organized criminal groups have also discovered this fraud activity, because with the fraud, you have, for example, much less risk to get caught than by committing some drug crime, right? And the punishments perhaps are also a little bit easier. So they're motivated to switch over to fraud, but they're really well financed. So they have the possibility to use also the AI capabilities. For example, deepfake and etc. They can buy powerful servers, have some IT guys working for them, the top minds, trying to figure out how to be more efficient in defrauding the people and companies. But same goes for the banks. So we are also looking for the possibilities to use AI to countermeasure it. So to counter this fraud. And I think that currently what we are challenging is that I think most of the banks across the world have lots of so-called false positive alerts. So we have to filter it out, what are the real cases, but you don't want to lower the bar too much, otherwise something goes below the radar, so there will be more victims. So the bar is quite high, so that's why you have lots of false positives, but it is in long run not very efficient. So we need to have something better, and we are actually hopefully, with a big hope, looking actually towards the future to start implementing those modern AI tools, because I think that you can fight AI-supported crime with AI tools. This is the only way. Otherwise, we will be lagging behind a lot.
Yeah, well, I hope you succeed in that. Yeah.
We will succeed.
Good
It will take some time and resources, but we will succeed.
What governance mechanisms do you consider essential in building an organization resilient to monetary shocks?
Risk culture. What I see as the biggest challenge currently for many companies, especially the young companies, just recently created, or those who are the small companies, or even the SMS, small, medium companies, they also have the shortage of resources. And their main focus is on business, on their product or their service, on their customers, to sell, to get the money flow. But very often, much less attention is being paid to the risks what you actually face. Cybersecurity risks, fraud risks, other risks out there, continuity risk, business continuity risk, for example. So what perhaps I would recommend to consider the every businessman basically is that please also think about those risks. What could potentially go wrong with your operations, with your products, with your customers? Write it down, sit and think what you're gonna do about it if the things go wrong. Have plans in place. So basically this is called risk management. And if you don't have the knowledge yourself, or you don't have the money or time for that, then it's always possible to outsource, to find somebody who knows about those things. There are lots of consultants out there who can help you with that. So just bring them in, make this risk assessment, make the plans, and try to have the countermeasures in place before something happens. And even if something happens, then you have plans how to come out of this with minimum harm.
I couldn't agree more with you on that, because, we, the Raul and partner, we kind of advise clients in any matters, like legal, tax, compliance, and so on, and we see basically
exactly
the same
thing.
issues. Yeah, precisely. And how would you embed this risk culture in your team's DNA?
For the bank, it is easy. Banking is all about taking risks. Have you lent money to somebody in your life?
Have I been what?
Have you lent some money to some friend in your life?
I have, yeah.
You have, so what do you think about when you give the money to your friend?
It's a bad feeling.
So it's always that, do I get it back?
Yeah.
So what are you doing? This is actually when you assess your risks. So this, in the banks, the risk, this business is all about taking risks. So that's why you have the risk appetite and you have the risk culture. It's embedded in the bank's DNA, but not so much for perhaps other companies. So this is perhaps they could potentially learn from the financial institutions. So that is what I would recommend. Think about also the bad things that might happen.
And given your position at the intersection of operations, risks, and strategy, how do you see the future of financial crime prevention evolving over the next decade?
It's getting worse before it gets better. I am a positive optimist by my nature. But the current numbers, the statistics clearly show that we are heading into the biggest trouble probably we have had over a long time of period before it gets better. And we really need to think that who are those who can save us from those fraudsters, for example, from this epidemics of the fraud. What are the channels and used by the fraudsters nowadays mostly when they contact the victims? What are those channels?
Like calling you?
Internet, phone calls. So who are the false counterparty then to prevent it? Are those the banks? Telecom companies, big companies who produce the software, Apple, Microsoft, the Facebook, X, whatever. So basically, and all the telecom companies who provide the internet connection. So basically Google. So I think they could be the first and most efficient keep-gater in this area. For example, if somebody is sending the fraudulent email that, on behalf of the Swedbank, you need to update your customer data, please click on this link. It looks exactly like Swedbank web page. but there is something wrong with this address. Just one letter is wrong.
Yeah.
But actually, telecom companies know it. Actually, Google theoretically knows what is our correct address. So why don't they block it immediately? So there is still potential, and I hope those big companies work on this. So, and something to have in your phone as well. So if you start clicking something or even receiving phone calls that the phone notifies you that, that could be potentially fraudulent. So think about it before you click. We have the antivirus softwares in place, but they don't help you in this case.
Yeah.
We need something more advanced. And this is why I'm looking towards those big companies nowadays, and I expect them to do something as well, because we as banks, we are doing, but we are already only the third stage of the fraud. First is telecom, then there are the people themselves who make the decisions to click something or approve something with their bingos, and then there is a bank. So, and then there is a police who deals with the consequences.
I agree with you. I also usually in media say that be kind of yourself vigilant against these things, but it's never like having some specific apps to protect you or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So why don't we have somebody who still doesn't have the business plan make this AI-based some kind of guardian in our phone who knows all the fraud typologies and is warning you if something is wrong. You know, easy. Just download the app, be secure. I haven't found this app yet, but I hope somebody's working on it. But if not yet, then somebody could be a billionaire probably if they would make it.
Yeah, I hope in the audience we have the right person who heard your message. Yes. And in which field do you see the largest potential shift over the next decade? Is it regulatory, or is it institutions, or it's technology?
I think all of them. The regulations will shift, for sure. But this is, like I said, this is the twofold, there are the twofold consequences. Firstly, of course, the regulators, at least in Europe, try to accept or the regulations that make the payments easier, quicker. But from the other hand, for example, the new payment regulation going out in 2027 says that banks should start compensating for the losses of the customer. So from one hand, you say that please do the transactions quickly, and the other hand, but if you fail, we will punish you.
Yeah.
So this is like, something really keep in mind. So the banks are currently, we're all scratching our head to think how to find the balance there. But then I think it will be the development of in the regulations area. There will be, I don't know what AI will bring. Some, the technology gurus have said that this is probably the most significant thing in the human history that has ever happened. First, of course, there was that we invented fire, then we started to talk each other, so we invented speech, then we invented wheel, then we invented agriculture, then there was a technological, the revolution in the 19th century. Then there were 80s when we had the digital revolution, and now there is an AI revolution. And I think it was the developer or CEO of the Google who is responsible for the Google AI saying that it will be 10 times quicker than anything that has happened before and 10 times more significant. So we are living in an interesting area, so I cannot predict 2 or 3 years forward even. We have had this AI now, how many? 3 years. And you see how much it has already changed our lives. But will be in the perspective of 5-10 years when nobody knows.
Well, with this, I want to thank you for your insights, and thank you to our audience. Until next time, thank you.
Thank you.
I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
vaata, see võib olla. Tere tulemast tagasi, welcome back. It's my pleasure to welcome Anni from Nobel Creative. Anni explores in her everyday practice what looks like a marketing in the AI age. Sounds very fascinating. And you focus on the authenticity, safe audience experiences, and responsible use of technology. You bring in a practical aspect, how AI can be used in the marketing, and how to keep the connection and trust between the machine and the humans. Welcome, Anni.
Thank you for having me.
So, Anni, if I look today's social media as a user, as an end user, then I must say that already it's very difficult for me to identify what has been made by AI, what has been made by humans. It was a little bit easier half a year ago. So the AI and technology is so much advancing and so fast. So in today's social media landscape, how do you distinguish real contact from AI contact? What is the key words or what we should look for?
Okay. First of all, I have to say that, like you said, from the first glance, you can't understand that this is okay. I think so. Meaning that, why do you have to? You really don't put your energy into thinking that how some kind of movie was done, whether it's like the real landscape or the landscape was made using some kind of computer technologies. For me, the AI usage in marketing, what comes to the visuals, what comes to the look and feel, it's the same. It's like just a new technology. But when it comes to the content of it, and whether it's real or whether it's wrong or not real, then you need to use your critical thinking. Think about resources, think about the sources, ask the questions. Who made that? What was the purpose of it? Yeah, that's it, I would say. Use your head.
I liked your sentence that why should we separate AI from human-made products? Somehow we so much emphasize this separation or understanding is it AI or not, but I fully agree that doesn't matter. No, it doesn't.
No, it really doesn't, because you don't really, like I said, you don't ask whether the movie was done using this or that technology. So this is just the new technology, what you know, what you're supposed to use now.
But what about the branding? Because branding is something unique or it's built up, and now we have AI who can copy or image everything. What about this? How we can secure AI, that AI doesn't break our branding or copy our branding? Or is it also just a matter of technology and that's it, let's forget it?
No, that one I wouldn't forget. So I haven't really met a marketing manager or marketing person who says that, oh, it doesn't matter what kind of brand I have or whether my brand is very similar to another one. Everybody wants to see their unique positioning. And what comes to AI then, in order to ensure this authenticity, you need to feed this AI bet, I would say, with the right information, that you give the guidelines there, your brand guidelines, set the tone, set the brand values, so you have that information there in place. And by doing it, then you can at least make sure that the outcome is your brand worthy. but on top of it, there has to be human who really looks into it, who check the purpose before you publish it.
I think we can call it validation,
Indeed
fancy terms.
Indeed it is.
But what about the risks? What would you say that what could be biggest reputational risks for brands for not implementing such steps as you just explained?
Risk is that you would disappear. You will be very similar to some other, and you lose your unique position. That's the main risks there. And of course, easier stuff like being ridiculous. I have seen quite some content published by well-known brands that seems I-created and silly. So the main risk for the brand is to see silly and start to lose your authenticity, I would say.
But can AI develop so far that it overtakes the branding and the brand itself, that it starts to generate something more and more? Or is it up to the humans to limit it?
Of course it can. Of course it can. It could create a totally different brand for you. And then again, like every technology, there has to be a human who knows how to think and ask the questions, and then it is solved.
So it's about responsibility, actually.
Indeed it is.
At the end of the day. So maybe you can name some non-negotiables for using AI responsibly in marketing, actually, in your sphere. How can we ensure the data integrity or source verification or human oversight?
In marketing, in my eyes, it really doesn't, or it isn't so different compared to the other life. In that sense, so my tip would be check the sources and set a clear purpose in order to use it. And then, of course, when we take the company or the team, then there should be really a set of rules. What is used and how to use it, what are the systems, and as well as the clear policy within the company. Otherwise, it will be out of the hands.
In Nobel Digital, you are using AI daily for your work and for producing marketing materials for your clients. How should an agency like yours or anyone else handle the client data when using AI? Because it is a confidential data, it's a business-related data, it's a persons-related data. How to use it securely and at the same time get the full benefits out of AI?
Once again, the clear policy has to be set there. And yes, there are millions of different tools, but the company should really distinguish the tools that are allowed to use, then the licenses, of course, and not those different ones that are out there openly usable. So this is needed, as well as then some training is mandatory. It can sound very basic, but what we have seen that it is really needed to do so.
When the client comes to you, do you need to educate the client about AI and how the client should protect the data that the client gives you? Or it's just something that everyone already knows and it's
actually the data and the protection of the data, this is covered with the terms and conditions agreement what we have with the client, and then this is our obligation to ensure that the data is protected there. And I already covered the part that those internal activities, what should be done there.
AI, as you said, is a tool. it's an excellent tool which gives you a much more broader opportunities to create better marketing products, let's call it this way.
In my eyes, it's the tool that allows you to do the real thinking and put your energy into the tasks that needs like a full attention, and let the AI to do the tasks which are doable by AI.
So actually, it improves the business results.
Of course it does.
In your practice, what have you seen? Maybe you have some good examples that you can share from a Nobel Digital practices, how you have implemented AI to get better results, because at the end of the day, aim of the business is to earn money.
I have actually two examples. I would say positive and the negative one. Even the negative can be even before or in the beginning seen as a positive one. So I start with that, the negative one. When we started to use it, then this regulation was not there from our side, at least. People who are like more tech savvy, they started to use it beforehand. They tested it a lot. So once we had a developer who was using it a lot, and it really seemed as a time-consuming matter, but afterwards it took even more time for us to understand and what is done and how to continue that. So the lesson we got was that you need to set boundaries there, the framework to use it, and then it is, of course, very time-consuming and effective. The positive example then, when Google AI Overview was introduced, and when we started to create a new service, search optimization for AI modules, then that was like a full new business opportunity for us. And without AI, we would not have this business opportunity. And of course, then we use this small pet, I like to call it, to create materials, to do the market research, to do the customer research, to create the presentations even. So yes, that was really a great benefit.
It's excellent to see how marketing as a business branch is utilizing AI. On the other hand, what we also hear and what is discussed about is creativity. What do you think? Does AI kill the creativity or not?
No, it doesn't. Like I said, it allows you to be even more creative because you can get different ideas, and then you do have your own ideas. So let's take this conference, I would say, this Impact Day, right? It can be done in theory. It can be done only in AI systems, right? This interview we have, you could have like 3 talking points from me. Then we have like, I don't know, more than 30 different speakers again. Talking points and some uplifting music background, and everybody could get experience from the app, yeah? But does it really then so interesting, so personal as it is today? So I think no.
That's an interesting aspect, and I fully agree with you. To wrap it up, this interesting interview, maybe you can give some tips and hits how and should the marketing teams in the companies start to use AI. Most probably they're using somehow already, but more professionally. Is it something for them?
Most likely, I truly believe that most of the agencies and most of the marketing teams are using it already. But what tips to give? Personalized content in a way that it's really something to benefit from for your customers, for yourself, and do the tricks with AI that is not possible to do with humans only. So.
Thank you. Thank you. This was Anni Gitsing from Nobel Digital. Thank you very much.
Up in my feelings. Here I go again. We just keep on repeating. Here we go again. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. Stuck up in the middle, in between you and I. Maybe just a little bit to get me by. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain. Wake up by my side. Don't care what your friends think. Oh, you just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old scripting. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it. But I gotta know, if I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same, your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away, come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs, got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes, man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Oh, yeah. Flyer than your ex like, oh my God. Right into your legs like, oh my God. And let's go on a day like, oh my God. When I'm back from LA like, oh my God, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you still a scrub, but I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
Yeah, dear audience, welcome back to the Rödl & Partner live stream stage. I have the great pleasure and honor to welcome here on the stage Remigijus Šimašius.
Hello, good to be
Great
here.
to have you here. You are the former mayor of Vilnius and previous Minister of Justice of Lithuania with extensive experience in governance, policy and reform, obviously. Remigijus helps organizations achieve smarter, leaner and more effective regulation through innovation and change management. As a researcher, lecturer and advisor, he collaborates with institutions such as the Institute for Regulatory Innovation, Delivery and Effectiveness. I right?
Yeah, that's true.
The Centenary Policy Institute and Vilnius University. His work focuses on turning regulation into a tool that truly delivers results, efficient, practical, and built for real impact. Is that a fair summary?
Kind of fair summary. I mean, when you read it, it sounds very serious and like multi-layered, but that's fair. But in a nutshell, basically, I'm kind of like free market advocate in general, and people tend to talk about deregulation a lot, and I really like deregulation, and I was doing lots of deregulation, but I'm not a big believer in deregulation because in the age of IA, when it's so easy to produce so many texts, of course you may expect that humanity is using it to produce text, including regulation. So basically my focus on how to reduce the burden of regulation, even though the regulation still exists. And this is a kind of interesting angle and very productive angle. And it comes back also from my ministers of justice, conducted reforms. When I remember I was saying, okay, I'm doing a little bit of deregulation and had many successes and successful failures. But when I decided that we need to change the approach, how it's being implemented, basically, no more, no less, but 2/3 of business people interviewed, business leaders interviewed, they said that, yes, now we feel that all those institutions who come to supervise us, to check us, they are more professional, more friendly, and more effective. 2/3 in 2 years. I think that exceeded my expectations, my targets twice, because I expected if it would be the third, that would be a great result.
No, I also think that regulation not necessarily is something bad. Because, I mean, I'm an attorney by myself. I think regulation can really also add to legal certainty, which is a very important factor when it comes to evaluating legal environment, especially also for investments.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's a tricky thing, because unfortunately still, I mean, quite many lawyers are not being trained in this way, but they are learning this way, that, all regulations are equally important and they have to be implemented in a very strict way, which is practically impossible. That's what I'm always trying to explain. I mean, just a simple example. I mean, just imagine if we were in a kitchen of a restaurant. Of course, they have regulations that all the surfaces in the kitchen have to be clean, all the surfaces. And then, speaking about implementation of it, I mean, does it mean that a napkin on the floor is a big problem? I mean, there's zero chance that it will affect something. It's just, or is it possible at all? I mean, cleanness, I mean, you'll always find some microorganism on a table, even if it's just clean with the hardest chemistry. Define clean.
Yeah.
And it's impossible to define clean. I mean, you have to apply common sense. And if you use the same knife for cutting raw meat and then vegetables, I mean, you see it as a clean, but it's a big problem in there. And sometimes it's like a big object is not a problem at all. So, I mean, it's a very sensitive issue, and you have to implement this kind of risk-based approach and the smart collaboratory approach. And suddenly you have the same pile of regulations, but the burden is from here to here. Yeah. And sometimes you reduce regulations by 20%, but the burden goes from here to here. So this is a kind of more tricky thing that it seems from the very beginning. So explaining that, how to deal with this, I think it's a very important thing. And I think we are very bad in this, as humanity in general, in Europe in particular. In Lithuania, I think we are very bad, just a little bit better than others, just a little bit better.
No, but that is actually one of the biggest differences I realized in working in various countries. That in some countries, really, you have this approach, substance over form, yeah? And in other countries, you have this approach, form over substance,
Yeah.
which is not helpful at all.
It's a disaster. It's impossible to implement.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, of course, looking from tax perspective, that's very clear, but, you know, it leads to nonsenses. But in all other areas, that's the same. If you take form over substance, it means that you are being distracted from the main goals. In general, I think the main thing in dealing in everywhere, either in startup, like I'm also working for a startup in document automation, or in other areas, or for public sector, you have this amount of problems to solve and this amount of resources to use it. So you have to focus. And in terms of like this substance over form or form over substance, if it's form over substance, basically you leave this kind of focus decision where to focus to the lowest level person who has no data where to focus, where is the actual risk. When you have a system, you are able to focus on the most risky areas and leave something basically aside and not paying attention to that. And in tax world, it's also very, very obvious. And actually, I like our tax inspection. I think it's a little bit better than European average, quite better than European average, starting with a mission statement, which is amazingly good. I mean, when you say that your mission is to help taxpayers to pay your taxes in the most smooth way possible, or something like this, I mean, who may oppose this?
No, sure not. I mean, nobody is forced to pay as much taxes as possible. Yeah,
but this is kind of suddenly puts you on the same ground because it's antagonistic environment. You don't want to pay more taxes, and government wants you to pay taxes. And if you just go from this perspective, it's very antagonistic. But if you reformulate it to pay it in a smooth way, suddenly you are on the same ground. And it allows you to collaborate a little bit. And suddenly this antagonistic environment is more cooperative, which may bring more calmness in this kind of crazy world. And I think it's a very, very good example on how to reshape this. And then, of course, with all these kind of explanations and all these things, when they talk to like clients, some of them, they do not recognize the different clients of them. For example, tax inspection and taxpayers. Of course, there are people who are basically criminal. They use kind of tax loopholes.
Tax evasion, we're talking
not even to evade tax, but to get some extra money. Abuse the system and actually to steal money from tax inspections and especially in VAT and so on. So criminals, they're looking for loopholes. There are champions who are like trying to do everything in the best way possible and even preaching that to others. And there are many, many, many variations in the middle. And quite many people actually do want to pay taxes, but they don't know how to do it in a smooth way. There are some people who are chances, who are evading if they're not being caught. And of course, the strategies to deal with them is completely different. And you have to have just like 5 or 7 different strategies depending on the clients. And that's...
I mean, there are lots of tax incentives, which intentionally are introduced by the state to direct business in a certain, in a certain direction, and I think it's absolutely okay to use them. It's nothing bad about it. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your time as a mayor of Vilnius. So what were the, let's say, the key factors that allowed the city and also Lithuania in general really to be seen as a hub for growing innovative businesses, startups and alike? Okay,
we had a very good starting point in a way because it was lots of talent and quite hungry, people hungry for success. I mean, the perception is that we are in the European Union, we should live like on the same level, and we are not, so we have to do something. And this doing something is with a big energy that everybody knows it does. But of course, the environment is very important, and I took responsibility over this environment, even if I was not responsible directly. And I think, the main thing was, of course, to be more open. I was always saying that, my strategy is Vilnius is more open to innovation and disruptive innovation than any other cities. Just come beat us. I mean, we are most open into this term. We got a target and we implemented a strategy to be most open in terms of open data. So we implemented, as I was calling, like no excuse open data policy. It means if we were not opening data from top down. So it means that we were like open to the bottom-up approach. So if, for example, you come to the institution says, you have this set of data. You don't even know that you have this set of data. But for us, this could open up some possibilities, or maybe it's just interesting. Why don't you open this? So basically, it was no excuse policy because it was no excuses. If it was not GDPR or like secrets, so basically it was being opened up, and lots of innovations were happening around this. And this mentality of allowing to, tolerating failure, and of course, asking people what do they want. That was the most important, not just for startups, but for everyone. Because sometimes government tends to pretend to know that what people want, but they never ask. So I was deliberately asking mostly those talented people, deliberately, because those people are typically those who are not very active in proposing things. But when you go to startup gathering or like shared business angels or future startups in some cases and ask, so what do you need for the city to be better? And they tell. Sometimes they tell very simple things.
So that means one of the secrets was actually to ask people, not just to offer them something, but first to ask something what they actually need.
To ask and to align. Sometimes, of course, it's not just asking, but just to aligning mentally. I mean, okay, just going like very far, deliberately very far from tax, for example, topic. I remember about public transport. I mean, no public transport specialist was actually thinking about the actual public transport experience for a citizen. And the question is where your public transport experience starts during your everyday commute. And people tended to think that it starts from entering a bus or trolley bus or whatever means of transportation, which is completely wrong. Because it starts from leaving your door at home. Because this distance between your door to a bus station, all this experience was neglected. And let's imagine if you have a child, and if she or he have to go to school, and if there is no lighting, there is no pavement to the bus stop, and the bus stop is of very bad quality, I mean, will you allow your child to go to school on bus, even if the bus is the most reliable, most fancy?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yes.
And it was just simple neglect, and people just were simply forgetting to ask these questions. And that's
So, Vilnius was named the Green City of Europe. So, how did sustainability priorities shape your policy? I mean, public transport can be an important element of that.
For me, it was very much related because, again, when I was talking about this asking people, so actually during the first or second week after I became a mayor, I invited, in this case, not startups, but shared service centers, which were already in the Vilnius landscape, just to ask, what shall I do in order for you to be more prosperous and to invest more? That's a very simple question, basically. And I've got three recipes. That was very, very clear. I mean, okay, I condensed them, and there was a long discussion. And those three recipes were like better public transport, better public spaces, and more and better quality kindergartens. And and this was about business environment. What can I do in terms of business environment? And
not directly business related, you would assume.
Exactly.
But you see that.
And this is an illustration how everything is connected to everything. And I think it's a good illustration that all innovative businesses, they compete for talent. And I think the secret is that talented people, in most cases, are more kind of flexible to live anywhere they want. And they are more kind of sensitive to tiny things.
Family friendliness, things like this.
And greenery and all these things. So when you ask those people and you direct your policies toward the needs of those people, of course maybe some simple-minded people feel a little bit neglected, but this exactly is a forward-looking policy. Because these people are more sensitive and they feel heard and they of course feel more welcomed. And they tend to live in this city because it's more comfortable. It's not just a business case why people choose cities, but lifestyle and then possibilities for family, for everyone.
Yes, I totally agree. So maybe you could share one specific success story where collaboration between the city and startups led to tangible success.
Okay, maybe one. Okay, I started about mobility. This could be about mobility as well, because kind of Vilnius and Tallinn are always competing who is number one in the world in terms of like shared mobility per capita and in cars. And this is related exactly to startups. Okay, some of these startups are like huge companies nowadays, like Bolt, for example. But you know, back then it was like kind of startup. But again, about like offering different services and all kinds of tiny regulation and adaptation about this. This was very important. And again, the micro-mobility, that's the same. This is a little bit abandoned now, unfortunately, in Vilnius. But when speaking about this kind of conflicts in the city, and lots of conflicts for this kind of limited space about scooters or whatever, so Vilnius was the first, actually, in the globe to initiate a simple like forum, like every 3 months we were gathering all startups and all like municipal institutions to talk about challenges. I mean, somebody's complaining, and we have this challenge, and we have this and this and this, and then talking. And some very interesting social innovations were happening in this. For example, in Vilnius, maybe you know this kind of Vilnius Street, which is a kind of very busy during the Friday nights and Saturday nights.
I know.
It's very busy. And now, for example, the micromobility is prohibited here during the all day, but I think the previous solution was a little bit better, for example, because, for example, rented scooters were taken out from this area for Friday nights and Saturday nights. Mm-hmm. Because, of course, you don't want a drunk Bolt scooter driver to smash into a drunk kind of party participant, and it was a simple solution: take it out, or to limit speed, or so on. So this looks like obvious things, but these things were invented in Vilnius and used globally right now. A kind of tiny innovations, not sexy at all, but the most effective ones.
So, I mean, we are, I think, already at the subject. So how did Vilnius balance these short-term urban development needs with long-term sustainability goals?
Okay, that's we're discussing with former colleagues on the plane here. You know, especially the question is about like making the city greener, because if you just plant the tree, it doesn't look so nice during the first year or second year, but then it shows all the beauty. So you have to have some like a little bit longer strategy for this. But again, that's just by doing it. So start as soon as possible. So then at the end of your term, you will be able to see some results. I think this is the case. But I think that in general, this antagonism between short-term and long-term perspective is a little bit exaggerated. Because, of course, if you explain to people why you're doing so, people do understand. And sometimes people respect you even for an attempt, for trying to do things, not for actual results. And if you have these big problems and you're saying that you're doing these things and you're doing, if you don't have results yet, but it's still being respected, I think. So I think politicians typically just avoid doing the right things by inventing all kinds of excuses. You know, European Union doesn't allow us, voters will not understand me, some regulation inside doesn't allow me, our coalition doesn't allow, all these kind of excuses.
It's very comfortable, yeah, if you can blame somebody else, but it's...
Yeah, when I advise on regulations, and again, when people ask, just please, people complain that this or that regulation doesn't allow to do things, so I always say, my starting point is to think that 50% of cases, actually they just use it as an excuse not to do things. Yeah. Because even in the private sector, I mean, if you are able to say that I'm not doing this job because regulation doesn't allow me to do this job, such a nice thing. Because people do fight regulation so often when regulation obliges them to do something, to fill some forms or whatever, so it's like kind of not so nice thing, and you're always complaining. But if regulation says you are not allowed to do these things, okay, so that's so nice.
So nice. No, I think also, I mean, thinking about long-term sustainability, there is this like say figurative picture of this. You are really understood what long-term sustainability means when you are like as a as somebody planting an apple tree, knowing that you will never be able to sleep in the shadow. It will be your children or your grandchildren who will be profiting from that. And I think this long-term vision, that is actually something which sometimes I think we are a little bit lacking today.
And of course, politics has a problem because it's not a long kind of
election terms are.
But
limited,
again, this is related to cultural things, and I like this like proverb from Czesław Miloš, like famous Vilnius citizen, who once said that, even if tomorrow is the end of the world as we know it, you still have to plant your apple trees.
Yeah.
so because it's not necessarily about the final result.
Yeah.
Okay, we tend to say that process is not important, the result is important, but process is important. Process of working for final result is important. So I think this is a good reminding of this apple trees.
I think that Remigijus is an excellent closing statement.
Yeah.
So, because our time is up.
Yeah, great.
Thank you very much for having you here.
Yeah.
And I hope to see you again in Vilnius.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
I see hate through the pain, I see light in the rain. Dreams of brighter days, tell me what you're thinking. I have hope in my spirit, flames of love in my heart. Baby, let me tell you something, I'm about to dance.
Elisa missioon on saavutada jätkusuutlik tulevik, panustades digiühiskonna arengusse, keskkonnahoidu ja Eesti kultuuri. Tagame järjepidevat digiturvalisust ning jagame uusi teadmisi küberohtudest ja digioskustest. Vähendame enda süsiniku jalajälge ning võimaldame oma klientidel kasutada olemasolevaid seadmeid vastutustundlikult. Hoolime oma töötajatest ning väärtustame koostööd partneritega. Ent meie südameteema on hoida ja edendada Eesti kultuuri.
We will be there for you, ever in motion, moving on, knowing there is always a way back home. Not just connecting the dots on the map, but bringing together people and ideas. We're not there yet, but we are on our way. We are Rail Baltica.
welcome back, everyone. So, for this discussion, joining me is Margus Nõlvak, who just was on inspiration stage, having a speech about which is called "From Challenger to Trusted Partner: A CEO's Journey of Leading with Values." Margus Nõlvak is the CEO of Tele2 Estonia. He brings leadership experience from diverse industries, from real estate to security and property services, and now leads one of Estonia's major telecom operators through a transformation focused on values, reliability, and customer trust. Margus has been also a strong advocate for fair competition and affordable high-speed internet, emphasizing that true innovation in telecom starts with transparency and responsibility. Today he'll share how Tele2's journey from challenger to trusted partner shows that lasting success begins with values-based leadership. So, Margus, how are you feeling after your presentation?
I feel good. Hopefully I inspired somebody in the room, because this was my story of how my journey has been since. So I always like to say that it's not the truth I'm telling, it's just my story. Everybody has its own journey, and you need to control your journey, but if you get some inspirational thoughts, I'm glad. So.
Yeah, well, I must say that I was on the presentation and I was definitely inspired, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so beginning with the questions. Tele2 has been seen as a challenger brand, and what does it take to shift from being the challenger to being viewed as a trusted partner in the market?
First, actually, Tele2 as a challenger, it is in our DNA, because 1993, when Tele2 was established in Sweden, actually, it was established on purpose to give alternative services to those country big telecoms which were on place at that time. So this challenger thinking and mindset is in our DNA. But what I'm thinking that just how to turn from the challenger acts or what we do every day into the trusted partners. So in that way, we need more professionalism, we need more expertise, we need more boldness and those things. So it's not just challenging towards somebody, it is how can we be even ahead of somebody. So because the competition is tough and that's why. But it doesn't mean that we are not like in mindset, we are not challengers. We need to be, because this is critical, because it gives you a flexibility and that actually freedom and actually this boldness to make those out-boundary decisions and try and take risks, for example.
Yeah, I agree. And especially with what you said about the competition being quite fierce, I can also feel it as a consumer, the benefits of that, right? And with regards to this being fierce competition, how do you balance commercial pressure with staying true to your values?
For me, it's not if or. You need to live everyday life. You need to live with the values. There is no right or wrong values. There are values which team decides would follow. Because what are values? Values are the way we think, or the reason why we act this way. And you need to act. There is a saying in English that walk the talk, you know, and you need to walk the talk. Otherwise, there is a conflict. Because everything you decide, everything you change, it has to be according to your values. Because through the values, you explain those reasons and why you do that. And I believe that only through the values your team will adapt also the changes and understand. So it's not if or it's always with the values.
Fair enough, yeah. Trust isn't built overnight. So what concrete practices have you introduced to embed reliability and transparency into Tele2's daily operations?
Of course, you need time. Trust will not come overnight. You need time, and it comes to trust will grow from top to bottom to down. So and You need to be in a way vulnerable. You need to be honest. You need to be open if you make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. You need to be open and supportive to every team member you have. And this way the trust is piece by piece coming and growing, and it's coming more stronger every day. And the critical thing with trust is that you can break it with one mistake. And it's critically important that you don't make mistake towards your values, most probably, because then you for sure break it. So it's a bit like a building you construct. So and if the fundament is not correct, then the walls are not there, and you can't build a roof on top of your building. So and if you break your trust, then the building will collapse, and you need to start building again from the concrete, not from the ceiling. So, but it's never ready for me. It is always developing. It's growing because also teams are changing. People are coming, going. So every time new team member arrives to the team, the trust will go back to the last phases. So there is a phases already, and then the whole team needs to build up the trust again. So this is actually endless life with the trust.
Yeah.
Which for me is actually leadership.
And is there any way how you measure trust?
And you can't measure it. There was one lady before I was talking that she asked me that, what do you feel or mean when you say you trust? It was really great question. I was saying that trust is like, it's like sweet feeling. But for me, trust is something that it lets you keep calmness in a way that you have to trust yourself, for example. And if you have same kind of feeling towards other person, then most probably you trust already him. But it's not like stable feeling, because trust is always fluctuating in a way. But I think every person can describe the feeling in different ways, so which is also great if we talk about trust.
Yeah. It's like a qualitative thing that is there. Yeah. Tele2 has made major investments into network development and 5G rollout. Were there any times when you had to defend these investments as value-based rather than purely financial? And how did you manage that?
Telecommunication service is also quite regulated, and you know, if we want to make the service, we need to buy from the state the spectrum, you know, and a spectrum is sold by auctions in states, also in Estonia, and there are certain regulates. What regulates it that we need to invest on certain time to build the whole network on the spectrum. So you have timeline. There is no again. Can we do it or when we do it? There is and regulator is actually checking your investments, and there's a certain rules and timelines. So there is no much room to ask or play. So it's quite regulated in a way. But again, you are not like balancing the investments to the network or others. There's a core investments you need to do to be able to have a service to your customers. So it's to be able to be a doctor, you need a hospital, you know, or it's not a good maybe example, but again, there is not if or. You need to do it. And big news are in Tele2 that we are the first telecom in Baltic states who actually sold their towers. You know, have you heard that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania established a tower company, and we sold the network to our partner company, from whom we are now leasing the towers. So also a new thing for our sector here in Baltics. It's quite used logic in world and Europe, but new thing in our region.
Interesting. And from a team's perspective, I would say culture, or even organizational perspective, I would say culture change is often one of the kind of hardest parts of leadership. So how do you lead Tele2's culture transformation? And what internal resistance did you have to overcome? And maybe not only Tele2, but in your
Yeah,
past.
culture is not something not independent. It is actually reflection of the people, of the teams. Tele2 recently have new biggest shareholder also now changed because we are now part of Iliad Group. Iliad is the 5th European's biggest telecom and now owning more than 20% of our shares. Of course, we are in a listed company in Stockholm stock, but Iliad is now owning. So also the change of the main owner is making huge change in the culture in a way. And also if the CEO changes or team leads changes, but overall it is a flexure of culture and what we all together then decide what is important, what are our values, what are the main KPIs now. It's always changing. And the question is, how much or do we even want to adapt with those cultural changes? Because it's okay if somebody says, this is not the company anymore I was working before, or this is not the company when I came. Yeah. It's really okay to say that. Again, there is no bad culture or good culture. There's only the culture which suits to you personally. So I always say that I really admire people who actually say that I really like the company. I have enjoyed every minute in this company, but I feel that it's time for me to leave the company because those situations are really what I really admire because if it's a bold decision to be made actually, but if there is a cultural conflict or conflict with the values, is it because of owner changed? Is it because the team lead changed or the tasks changed maybe? Then you have to be honest with yourself because the most big thing for me, which can be wrong, that if there is a team member who is not actually motivated to be in the company, because then the team will never succeed. Never. Every person needs to be motivated, and I can't motivate the team members. They need to find the motivation themselves, and if it's not there, maybe I will ask for him or her that, do you think that you are motivated, and help him or her to figure it out that maybe it's not the place now. But I think most critical, if you want to succeed with the team, every team member needs to be 100% motivated and feeling culturally and valuably one with the company. So there is no, again, if, it has to be. And this is, which also never will be ready. It's what is also developing all the time. So.
Yeah, I agree. You can't be successful without it. Yeah, and you likely also have a feeling when your teammate is not 100% motivated, right? Because of their results. Yeah, so you have this discussion with them and hope that it helps.
And life is too short. Yeah. We need to be honest with ourselves, not to do any day the things that we don't want to do. So there is no time to waste actually. And it needs to, we need to support or help people to figure it out because we are fearing to make those big decisions, even though it doesn't have to be a big decision, but we are afraid of making those decisions.
Values are often tested in moments of crisis. For example, whether it's technical failures or regulatory pressure or reputational challenges. Can you share an example of when this happened to you and how you responded? And maybe also what did you learn about yourself and your leadership style?
Oh, there is bigger or smaller crisis every day. I mean, there is no, but I think Tele2, with the values, we have promised ourselves that we are not arguing with our customers, because if we start arguing, in any case with our customers, we always lose. Even if we are right, we still lose. And also, what we have done, that we have very simple 1 A4 page of agreement, which is also simplicity. So in this way, we also act with our values to not to make things complicated, but to make it easy, simple, and there is no tricks. There is no buts or ifs. So being open towards our customers, actually, I think, is also critical, that our customers trust us. But the crisis, I think in everyday life, smaller, bigger crises are tested, how the teams act according to values. Because for me, there is always that why we make certain decisions or how we act, it is because how we decided what are our values. And if there is a conflict, then we have value conflict. So it's everyday life.
Maybe for leaders, not only in telecom industry, but also others who want to move from transactional leadership to being trusted partners, what are the steps you'd recommend and maybe some leadership practices which make the biggest impact over time?
You mean to be a partner for outside partners, to be a better
yeah,
partner?
so that they look at you not from a transactional basis, but as a trusted partner that they want to go to.
First, you have to start from inside. You have to start with yourself, with your teams, with the company, because there has to be a trust in different levels. And then the company itself can be trustful for the partners, and then they can choose. Most oftenly, actually, companies do choose the partners, which is not according to the pricing always, but because of there is a long-term trust, because this is what actually helps those relations and actually helps to how it's in English, overcome or overgo with the crisis, because always there are crises also between the partners, and there is always some lack of information or something what one or other didn't understood correctly, and then the trust and the values are there, because I believe that companies also can't be good partners if they don't share same kind of values. So I believe strong, successful long-term partnership have to be built on trust and values, not pricing or some other things.
Agreed. Well, thank you a lot, Margus. Yeah, and thank you our audience. And until next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. Trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else.
Hello everyone. Today we have on stage Hendrik Johannes Terras, who is the Minister of Regional Affairs and Agriculture of Estonia, where he focuses on advancing sustainable agriculture, improving food security, and supporting rural communities. Committed to innovation, he works to integrate digital technologies into farming while ensuring environmental and economic sustainability. Hendrik also advocates for balanced regional development, ensuring equal opportunities for all areas of Estonia. And today we will discuss with him the food security, the condition right now and the future of Estonians' food security. So the first question would be, how would you describe the current state of food security in Estonia right now?
That's a very complex question. I will try to start slicing them from one end to the other. So food security comprises of many different pillars. One of that is how much we produce and how much our people eat. So that's how the food categories are evaluated and how well we're doing. So we have an African swine fever crisis this year, which has dropped our sustainability or food security in that matter by 35%. It has dropped, so it's something we need to kind of rebuild. And on a general scale, we're doing very good on all kind of crops, wheat, these kind of things, and also on milk and milk products. The other pillar of it is also the amount that we could produce. So that comes down to soil health, that comes down to fish stocks in the Baltic Sea, and different kind of angles on that. So for the food security sense, the amount of fish in the sea is really important. It's not even that important how much we catch each year and how much we kind of give to our market, but how much is the general pool which we could tap into in case we really need to. And the other side of food security is also for the companies to be resilient to any kind of threat. This comes down to having generators, any kind of power outages, to be, we're developing the power banks and generators to companies, also having discussions with the main food producers on how they can support the country in the state of crisis. So this is also another section we're covering, and it has risen to the picture in the past, I would say 4 or 5 years. So, and this is an ongoing process we are trying to establish. So I would say in a case of crisis, we are able to feed the people. Of course, the main question is protein, I would say, because we are in a surplus of kind of wheat products and crops in general, and also in milk, but the kind of input side on the protein, so chicken, pork, or beef even, we are kind of, if we are going to like island nation status in the case of a crisis, then we have difficulty in many of these areas, which is kind of the narrow point of our food security, which we need to kind of improve.
Yeah, so thank you for the answer. It was very nice. And the question is, what are the goals during the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years? What are the goals for government and in agriculture in Estonia? Maybe you have some, I don't know, exactly what you wanted to achieve.
Yes, so I think in agriculture we usually operate in 7 to 10 year margins based on the European Common Agricultural Policy. So the biggest amount of monetary support that the sector gets comes from the European Union via the Common Agricultural Policy, so that's the kind of way we're moving. But at the same time, it's really important to have goals set in mind. So that's what we're discussing right now, is how to, in 10 years, how to have 80% of self-sufficiency in multiple key areas, and how to achieve that, and there are a lot of different solutions to that. So agricultural policy in general, I think the focal point is using data, so we're gathering it right now and putting this together with the scientists, putting this to optimal use to benefit the agricultural sector. Currently it's a bit of a hassle, so they have to give data, but I think the synthesis of the data and the results of this have not reached its full potential that would help the farmers produce in agriculture. And also we need to, looking forward, like to climate change, we see that climate change is a reality that is hitting the agricultural sector very hard. And it's not that it's getting warmer, because getting warmer for our climate status in here sometimes also has a silver lining in warmer climate, having new crops that can be grown in Estonia if the weather is warmer. But this also brings new pests and also new diseases. So that's also something we have to tackle and be quite resilient in. But on the other side, we see that the weather is so inconsistent. So when you look at the graphs of like drought and excessive rainfall, it used to be quite like a sinus graph. So sometimes it'd be warmer, sometimes it'd be the weather, but now we're seeing big spikes in either way and longer periods. So the weather has become very unpredictable. Usually farmers operate like in a 5-year scale, 2 bad years, 2 middle years, 1 very good year, altogether is a good way to operate. So the good year compensates for the bad years. But this we cannot, we kind of have to change this mindset because we can't foresee how this weather is going to change because climate change and the Gulf Stream also kind of meddling a bit is put us in a very difficult position. So I think the future is resilience and the future is also sustainable farming. So using less fertilizer, using less pesticide to kind of grow it organically and also thinking more about soil and soil health and how to improve soil health as a general concept.
Thank you for the answer. And as I understood correctly, the main answer is resilience and sustainability.
Yes.
And the next question is, do you think sustainability alone can create the impact we need in agriculture, especially for the consumers?
So I think the consumer is one part of the value chain. Sustainability is important to have enough food we can put on the table. So we have, I guess, around 8 billion people, right? We have to feed globally. In Europe, it's a bit less, but still we have to feed a lot of people. And in order to do that, we need to have the soil be sustainable. So we cannot override the soil or give it too much stress. We have to do it sustainably. And the less we interfere with it and the more we help out practices that help soil health, help produce better quality products for a longer period of time, that's when we're successful. So and from a consumer side, it's really important to, consumer buys mostly based on price and taste. So, but we, from the agricultural side, we have to kind of put sustainable farming, regenerational farming, and taste and price together. That would be the way to kind of influence consumer behavior as well, because now, I think people who go in depth on what they're eating, they already are leaning towards sustainable practices. But the general population is not there yet, and that's why the solution would be to kind of make this the standard of having sustainably produced food is the standard, and that's where policy comes in, and that's where science comes in. So that the policy has to shift towards having sustainable agriculture that's also economically viable. So for the farmers to keep producing and to produce sustainably, it's important that they also make a profit. And that's the hard part of transition, is there during the transition period where we have a lot of lessons to learn, also feedback from like implementing these practices, which has not been the standard, but will be the norm for the future. This is a very difficult period.
How long could it realistically take to get to the results?
So I think it's a step-by-step process. So we have to educate the consumer. We have to direct the farmers and also the food producers in between. So I think it is the trend. We see that it's rising, and we see that this is the future that can sustainable agriculture, and not talking about nowism and looking at how to develop the agriculture in 10, 20 years. It's regenerational farming. And that's also something that we see that if you do organic farming, for example, you have less inputs you have to pay for, and this makes it economically more viable and also more resilient. So that's something, the initiative and the incentives have to come from the policy side, and that's where the common agricultural policy and its kind of framework really comes in, and to see what the future of European farming is.
Mm-hmm. Talking from the perspective of Estonia, I would like to ask this question. I've heard you talking a lot about farmers and initiatives. And you said you were discussing it in the last conversation on the stage, that in order to have some progressive progress, you have to, the new generation has to come in. So what does Estonia do in order to new generation to come into this field? How is Estonia encouraging new farmers to enter the sector?
Yeah, well, there are different mechanisms. Mostly, as I said, the incentives for the agricultural sector come from the European level. So I think that's one of the sides where we can, incentively based kind of induce the collaboration of different generations. In Estonian level, we can, there's the question of the agriculture sector not being very attractive for younger people. Usually it's given over generationally. If it's given over, then usually someone from the family. And it is something we kind of have to do mindset-wise and also explanation-wise. But the core of it is making it economically viable. I think that's the easiest fix to this question. If you make money off that and you can feed your family and drive your child to school, that's the part where it becomes attractive for the younger generation as well. And that's really something we need to focus on. And I think that's where regenerative agriculture also comes in finding science-based ways and making it profitable and introducing ways how to manage the soil and the farmland in a way that it brings in profits for the company. Because it brings in profits, it's attractive for everyone, not just the younger people. But that's the key to it, and that's what we've also been discussing with the European Commissioner. That we cannot, if we have the carrot or the stick, then I think we have to solve it with the carrot first and foremost, because having a stick measures might not induce the result that we want.
By the way, talking about the statistics, are there some obstacles Estonia facing with the farmers? Maybe there are not enough of them, or maybe there are other problems right now.
So I think it's the amount of farmland that we have is a little less than 1 million hectares. So I think this is being farmed. So I think that this area will always be farmed. There's a high competition for farmland. That's also something we need to kind of figure out, is how to give the younger farmers access to this farmland. We're discussing with the Young Farmers Union. So farmland is in need, and they are being farmed. Now the question is how they are being farmed, how much do they produce, and how much do they defend against the climate change? Because agricultural sector is also it is very much affected by climate change. It is affected by climate policy in a way that it sometimes makes it difficult to kind of get monetary incentives based on these climate initiatives. But it's also the biggest defense against climate change, or one of the biggest defenses, because it ties down carbon monoxide. So the carbon emissions are tied down to the food, right? So that's something that we need to kind of work on to get this mindset, either because I think people are adaptive to it, and also younger people are kind of more adaptive, more being able to be in shape, and that's something we have to kind of work towards, and what we're trying to find solutions to.
It's great to hear those answers, but I would also like to talk about a little bit another topic. There is this thing as availability of food, and another topic is affordability of food. So food may be available in Estonia, but it's not always affordable for some people. Why is there such a gap between availability and affordability? What I mean is, the prices are sometimes not that good for the customers, for the consumers.
So I mean, this is a question of the value chain altogether. So the prices of food, because food is, or the agriculture sector is very broad in a sense, and different aspects influence it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the consumer side, there's the market side, the food industry side, where inputs matter a lot, and also the base farming side on what price is feasible for the farmer. So that's the kind of the whole value chain where the components come in, and that's kind of the idea is have the food to be available in different price categories, I think.
Mm-hmm. So talking about the consumers, do you think Estonian productions are in a good competition with the global market? Or consumers in Estonia prefer more like global markets productions rather than Estonian productions?
So that depends on the specific segment of the sector. So for example, in grain in general, there is the global stock exchange, or that that reduces the price, and I think we're quite competitive in that. I think something that we need to advance our competitiveness in is raising the value of the products that we ship out. So kind of added value is the focus that we need to kind of advance in general, is not to send out base products into the global market, but sending out refined or higher value added products. That's where the monumental change can come from. So that's also something that has been like this. It's getting better, so we are investing, example, for a dairy production unit that helps us then add value to milk, which we produce a lot of. And I think these are the directions that we have to take, is adding the value to the products to make us more competitive in the global scene.
Mm-hmm. And the last question, the last topic that I would like to cover is the food waste. It's actually, the condition in Estonia is pretty good compared to all around the world. But then, what are the actions that Estonian government takes in order to solve the problem of food waste?
This is a little out of my field, because the waste management is in the climate ministry, and the details of that might be better coming from minister responsible for that. But as far as I've heard, the food waste, there are different ways of kind of reducing it. There are also the, let's say, restaurants, for example, selling their produce that they have left over, selling them to different counterparts. And it has not come to my attention in kind of being in politics for 2.5 years that the food waste is a very integral issue here. So that's, I don't really have a good answer for that, sorry.
Maybe during the, maybe in the agriculture, they also have some food waste or not?
Well, the agriculture sector is the part producing the food.
Yeah.
So, and that's the kind of the end consumer, or the restaurants, or I guess the food industry, food serving industry then, and the end user, that's where the waste usually comes in. Or, I mean, the grocery stores as well, if they cannot get rid of products with a low shelf life, I think that's the kind of key point to that. So I don't really see it being a big part in the agricultural sector specifically.
Thank you for the conversation. It was very good.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah. And that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.